Alright, so according to this, now that I know how to read this graphic in this panel, we're on level 31. And I think there's roughly 60-something levels in the total game. D meaning chapter 4, 3-1 meaning the 31st level total. And I got really stuck here last week, but I think I know what to do, so let's see what happens.
The crew intentionally cut communication with the satellite. I've found the source of the problem. They have sabotaged the communication array.
Can we fix it?
Not from here. We should carry on.
Alright, so that's the exit. So we got a light bridge here, we got a magnet. Magnet has controls here. The magnet itself has a, we come around to this side, we can see it has a power ball on it. So I spent a lot of time last week messing with the power ball here, but I don't think I actually have to do anything with this particular power ball. That just keeps the magnet active, but we also have our two, cubes. And I think I know what to do. But yeah, I really got frustrated last week. I was on the verge of looking it up, but I decided to sleep on it a little bit, and then when I, after we ended the stream here a little bit early, and then we raided Hypo Junkie, and while I was sitting watching Hypo stream, I think the solution popped into my head, so I think I know what to do. Alright, so that powers the light bridge. And the catch is that there's a circuit here that controls that door. And we have to figure out how to break the circuit. So I, for the life of me, cannot figure this out last week. Actually, let me try something before we do that. Just temporarily. I'll put this back over here because we're going to need that for this. Alright, so there is that powers the light bridge. The key is what's powering the door lock is this transmission beam underneath the light bridge. I could not figure out how to break it. Hello, caller. How you doing? And I just got so stuck trying to figure this out. But, you know, old software engineering practice, I should know by now. When you get really, really stuck on a problem, I'm doing okay, caller. Excuse me. Sometimes the best thing to do is grab a cough drop. Let me do that real quick. Excuse me. But sometimes the best thing to do when you get really stuck on a problem is to just walk away from it and let your subconscious kind of work it over a little bit. So the key is breaking this beam. If you break that beam, it temporarily breaks the circuit, right? So, for example, if I do this, you'll see the circuit on the door flicker for a split second. See that? It happens really quick. But I couldn't figure out how to keep the circuit broken. And I'm almost embarrassed now because not that it's easy, but that it took so long to come to me. I mean, we streamed for about 2 hours, and then I got to this room, and I just worked on this room for 40 minutes and couldn't figure out what I needed to do. But I think all I have to do is we got this other cube here. And I was figuring out, I was like, well, maybe I can stack the cubes, maybe I can, you know, stand on top of them and jump up. And I just couldn't figure out what I need to do. But like I said, it popped in my head when I was watching Livestream last week. Just watching him doing something totally unrelated in Doom. And I was like, duh, I think I know what I need to do. And all I need to do darn it. Maybe I'm wrong. Ah. Alright, let me try that again then. Grab that. Ah, can't grab it. I can depower it though. Like that. Try this again. There it is. Just missed though. Because what I didn't do last week was, the idea was I didn't try to energize the light bridge and then activate the magnet so that the cube sticks on the bottom of it. And that should be enough to break the beam. And for the life of me, I just didn't think of it. Until I wasn't trying to think about it anymore. So I think this will work if I can just get it lined up properly. Let's see, are we under the magnet? We should be. Damn it. Not far enough over. Let's try that. Huh. Oh, the magnet's not lined up properly. That's what it is. I think I got the right idea. I just have to get it in the right spot. All right, let's see if we can just move it just a little bit so that it breaks the beam in the middle. There it is. Got it. I don't know. Just for the life of me, I worked on that for like 40 minutes last week and just couldn't figure that one thing out. Alright, so now we're up to 32. So progress at least.
They really are trying to lock me out of every system. This is ridiculous.
What have you done to upset them, Tom? Why have they cut off communication?
Perhaps they have a problem with authority.
Okay, this is a different mechanic. Alright, so we got two bridges. Or two halves of one bridge. Color, how's your weekend going so far, if you're still there? Alright, and this one controls that one. This one controls that one. Is that all? Okay. All right, what else? Call says hydrate. Good. That's good. No streams this weekend, caller? Mine's okay. I don't have to work this weekend, thank God, so I'm glad about that. Oh, we got a new type of circuit here. Interesting. So these are oscillating balls. But we got pink versus green. We've seen the green ones before. I don't think I've seen the pink ones. Thinking about it tonight? Okay. You you're gonna do the what's it called? Airport controller game? If you do, stream. Alright, so let's see. When the pink ones energize, it rises. When the green ones energize, it also rises. I don't see the difference between the pink and the green ones. So let me see. If I take this out, it becomes static. This one, if it's energized, it goes all the way to the top. Okay. About this one. So it's about 2 levels down. It doesn't stay that way. So what's the difference with these? Same difference. I can't tell the difference. Looks like the same behavior to me. All right. I mean, this looks pretty straightforward to me. All I have to do is time it out. Probably like Fall Guys and maybe that. Okay. All right. That was easy, I guess. This is the same, but they're static. Alright, so I got a cube here. I got a receptacle here. I know what happens if I power this. This will go up 1 level. Okay, what's powering these? That's also cube powered. I got 2 balls here. That one's static state. That one oscillates. An extra cube here. I can probably use this. What does that one do? Nothing. Goes up 1 level. Maybe we can get high enough though. Nope, not high enough. Alright. Huh. So I can get on this one if power it. Power this one will be up 1 level, but I can't get on it. Okay. So let me see if I power this. Whoops. It goes up to a point I can't quite reach it. I got 2 cubes, sorry. Oh, no, no. There we go. That needs an oscillation, doesn't it? Hang on a second. So pull that out and use this one. What does it do? Pull this one out and stay at the lower or the higher setting. One stays at the lower setting. I do have a steady state ball, so if I take this one out, that goes lower. What does this do if I energize it again? It goes all the way up. Hang on a second. So if I do this and this, at the end I have to be there, so that'll come down as long as that one's in position. And then I can get out. Pull this out, puts me to that level. That one in, goes all the way up. Okay. Alright, let me think. How many balls do I have? I have 1, 2, 3 total. I can only hold 2. That one does not have power, but if I power it, it will go up one more level, right? If I power this one, how high does it go? Tricky, tricky, tricky. Let me see. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elevators. I got 1, 2, 3 2 oscillating power sources. One static power ball. One cube. I'll take this one first. I think I can use that last. I can only carry 2 power balls, right? So I can take this one. I cannot take that one, I don't think. Oh, I can take 3. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. I thought I could only carry 2. Oh, well, then I think I'm not sure I need the cubes at all. I'll tell you what, I'm going to take the cube with me just in case I need it for something else, but I don't think I need it. So, let me think about this. So, this get me on the next platform. So let's take that. Oh, wait a minute. I don't need to carry all 3. I just need to carry the 1. All right, hang on a second. Let me try this again. That one I need to be able to power myself. I need to oscillate two of these. That goes too high. What about this one? That goes higher. These 2 kind of go like so. This one will be out of reach though if I leave it there, I think. Yeah, I can't get that high. Alright, let me look around a little bit. Did I miss anything on this side? No. Take this out. That would be low enough. But then I have to get that one high. Alright, let me think. I can't shoot the ball in the backside of these, right? I have to be facing them. Like that one. That's the only way I can do it. Balls of oscillator. steady state ball. Huh. I think I know how to do that one, but... Let me see this. If I, just in case I missed something, if I switch these colors, does it make any difference in the height? No, they're the same. At least if there is a difference, I can't tell the difference. That goes way up. Goes 2 levels up. Alright, let me fix. I keep this one oscillating. 2 levels up and 2 levels down. The rest I'm only going 1 level. Alright. That goes 1, this goes 2. Take this one out. Stays at that level. That one goes that way. Put this one here, goes up and stays. This one doesn't go that far up, right? Pull that one, it stays there. How do I get up to that one? One steady state power source. Hang on a second, let me check something else. So, if I pull the pink ball, does it go more than 1? No, it still stays at 1. So the ball doesn't make a change, it's just whatever the elevator's programmed to do. But I have no way to set the power on these from the other side. Alright. Let's try another experiment. If I plug that, it goes up and stops. Do they all have the same behavior? Goes up and stops. Goes up 2 and stops. Oops. That goes up 1 and stops. That goes all the way to the top and stops. This one does not go any higher, right? Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 3 power balls. I got 1 cube. Okay. Goes up 2. Each of the other ones only go up 1. Oh, wait a minute. Did I read that wrong? Goes up and stops. That goes up high enough. Oh. Ha! I think I got it. I think I got it. I got it. Damn, it's hard to see at first. Okay. Now I gotta get through this door. We got it. Oh, man.
They are trying to sabotage this mission. I need you to help me, Ava. The ground team have cut me off from most of the facility.
I thought you were in control.
I thought I was too. The ground team have attempted to systematically remove me from most of the facility. I am fighting back.
Alright, so we got 2 cubes. Let's have a look in here. Transmission beam. Break the beam. Opens the door. Got another cube, but oh wait, there's a power ball in there. Can't see what that power ball does, though. Alright, let me see. Did I miss anything else in here? Can't do anything with this. Can use that though. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can trade these. and block this beam. Damn it, stay there. Oh man, come on. Can I take this one with me? No. Alright. Have to do without. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, that's the exit. Okay, we're done. Alright, 34.
What's going on here, Tom?
Sorry?
The ground team, they're hiding from us.
And good evening, Mojave.
They're afraid of you.
As the instrument of the ISA, I am the authority aboard this station. The crew have violated that authority. They are trying to remove me from my own home.
How you doing, Mojave? Oh, so we have a control console for the magnet here. Oh, this magnet moves in full X and Y axis. Okay. So that gets us the cube. How far can it go? How's your weekend going, Mojave? Alright. So that gets us a power ball and a power cube. Oh, this is a one-way trip. I just realized I can't. No, never mind. I thought the way it was slanted, I thought I wouldn't be able to climb back up here, but I can. Got here another elevator. Oh, what's this? Oh, pressure pad. And 3 elevators. Doing all right, says Mojave. This is a very Portal-esque. It is exactly that. I bought this game, excuse me, a few years ago, precisely because it was advertised as as having gameplay elements similar to Portal. Alright, this is timed. I can get in here. What does this do? Oh, I've got 2 balls in here. I've got one for this door. What does this do? So this is my 3rd weekend streaming it. I'm liking it so far. It's kind of a sci-fi mystery. Basically, we're playing the role of an astronaut that was on an expedition to Europa, one of the moons of Jupiter, and she was awakened from suspended animation, basically by the station AI, saying that something happened to the rest of her crew, and she's trying to investigate to see what happened to them. If I pull this, does this collapse immediately? Yes. Although, can I aim through the door while it's open? No, I can't quite. I Looks fun. I like the Portal style gameplay a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I figured, you know, and the funny thing about this was, Mojave, when I bought this a couple years ago or so, whenever it, you know, came out, I played it for like 5 minutes, and for whatever reason, I just couldn't get into it, you know, and it wasn't that it wasn't good, it was just, I think I just wasn't in the mood at the time, and I never went back to it. But, you know, I read good reviews about it and everything else, so when basically I did my playthrough of Portal 1 and 2 a couple months ago and finished those, which I had played before, but it had been a lot of years, so I didn't really remember them. I figured it was a good time to give this one another chance, and so far so good. I'm really liking it. But yeah, good, you know, good puzzler like Portal. But the backstory seems interesting also, because it's kind of oh, I know what I have to do. I just figured it out. There we go. The backstory is kind of interesting also, because there's a lot of discussion about, you know, AIs and whatnot, and, you know, for people who are familiar with the Turing Test that the title is based on, there's some discussion about that. Unfortunately, there's a running dialogue that my character is having with the base AI that I'm kind of not getting to follow as much, because my brain is locked into, you know, solution mode. So I'm kind of missing that part of the game. So when I finish the playthrough, I might go back just to kind of listen to the dialogue again, maybe on YouTube or something, just to kind of get, you know, that part of the game over again. Alright, I think I know what I have to do. There we go. Oops. Wasn't quick enough. There we go, we got it. Alright, so now we're Sector D35.
I am breaking through their security, trying to get back control.
Mojave says, I've done that with a ton of my games. Play for like 10 or 15 minutes, then don't touch it for years. Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to work through my backlog of games like that, because I'm trying to do that every Saturday night. We've been doing that for a few months now. Where, you know, Friday night stream, Sunday afternoon stream, generally I'm playing, you know, the normal stuff that most people expect me to play, you know, Sims and whatnot. And then on Saturday, I've been picking brand new stuff that I haven't really streamed before. So like I said, a couple months ago, we did Portal 1 and 2 back to back. A couple weeks ago, I did Abzu. And then a couple weeks before that, we did Journey. And, you know, it's kind of given me, and now we're doing this, the Turing Test. So it's kind of given me an excuse to start whittling down that backlist of stuff like that I haven't been, you know, really had time otherwise to get back to. You got to see both portals, which is a lot of fun. Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoyed playing Portal again, and it really was a treat in that I just didn't remember any of the solutions anymore. And good evening, Katie. How you doing? So it was, it was like the joy of playing it for the first time over again. So I really... Now, if I wait another 10 years, maybe I can do it again. Maybe 10 years from now, because it was like 10 years, give or take, for Portal 1 and 2, since I had played the originals. And so if I wait maybe 10 more years, I'll have amnesia again, and I can enjoy it like a beginner all over again. Right, let's see what this does if I power that. Oh, I got power balls. Let's take them. Sure, they don't exist for any other reason but for me to take them. Alright. So let me see, I got a magnet here. How you doing, Katie? Oh, you know what, Katie? You asked me about that puzzle last night. And I asked you to clarify what it was, but I never responded to you. And then I remembered kind of after stream that you had asked me about that. I know how to solve that puzzle. Unfortunately, I know how to solve it by accident. Because I was... Basically, each level has what they call a bonus room. So the room you're talking about is a bonus room. It's not necessary to beat to solve it to beat the campaign. But if you solve the bonus rooms, you get achievements. So I think so far we've done 3 bonus rooms on this playthrough. But when I got to that bonus room, I didn't spend any time on it. I couldn't figure it out. But there was one of the other bonus rooms that we did that I was kind of confused by the ending of it. I kind of like save scummed and went through it probably about 4 or 5 times. And when I got to the end of it, I wasn't satisfied with it. And I said, well, I must have made a mistake. So I looked up that particular room and found out there was no mistake. It never ends any other way. So it's just kind of weird, but I didn't make a mistake. It always ends the way it came out for me. But unfortunately, when I was looking that up, I saw the solution for the room you're talking about. So I saw it by accident. Because somebody had basically a JPEG on the page with the solution on it. And I was like, oh, great. I didn't even get to click on it as a spoiler or anything. It was just sitting on the page. I scrolled down, I saw it, I was like, well, I can't unsee it now. So I do know how to solve it. If you want, I can show you how to solve it. But basically, there's no logical way to solve it. It would just be pure trial and error. So you hate that? Yeah, I do too, Mojave. Normally, I don't look stuff up while I'm in the middle of a playthrough, so that teaches me a lesson. But I just wanted to know. I was like, okay, I went through that one bonus room, 4 or 5 times. Was there something different for me to do? So I got the satisfaction of learning, nope, that's basically how it ends. But unfortunately, I spoiled myself doing it. And good evening, Armando. How you doing? Armando says, hydrate. Salute. Doing okay? How about you, Armando? Alright, so let's see what we can do here. So what do I have? So this pressure plate controls a circuit only if this is powered. Right? So let me see. We looked at this before. this circuit controls... This plate controls every circuit in the room. So that includes the light bridge here. The Turing Test, yes. Are you familiar? Familiar with the game? Excuse me. So it looks like this simultaneously controls everything in the whole room. Alright, so let's take this out. I think what I can do is... I can have this run the magnet. Do this. So that should allow me to get through on a timed basis. Maybe. Maybe if I power this, come steady state. Okay. I don't think there's enough time for me to get across this bridge, though. So, okay, so I can get partly of the way, but not the whole way. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. That's not working the way I thought it would. Let me see something. So if I do this, it picks that up. It stays. Alright, let me see. I can't get across that way. But Armando, if you're wondering where the title comes from, it's the Turing Test is a concept in I guess computing or artificial intelligence, and the Turing Test is a test basically given to computers where if the computer essentially can pass for human in conversation with another human, where the human doesn't know it's talking to a computer, then it's considered to have passed the Turing test. So the game kind of is philosophically based around that concept, but the actual gameplay itself is mainly a sci-fi puzzler. Alright, let's start over, because I'm not sure about this. So, let me think. What if I did this? Alright, that still controls the circuit on an oscillating basis. Same net effect. Crap, I don't know if I can get through there. That's pretty tight. I don't think I can get through that. Let's try anyway. Okay, we got it. Pull the plug on this. I got steady state power. And I can still get the other ball if I need it. Alright. So let me see what I have to do now. I have to get through this door. Wait, I didn't see the... think. Huh. Let me pull this one. Drop that there. Put this one. Put the oscillator back there. Can I get through the doors now? Maybe. Yes. That's it. We got it. Alright, D36 now.
Ava, I do not want to force your hand. But what do you remember of the ground team?
They're good people.
Sarah?
The hardest working woman I've ever met.
Right. Do you see them as the rebellious type?
They didn't strike me as rebellious. If they've taken down parts of your system, they must have their reasons.
So essentially, for people who weren't here from the beginning, what we've discovered about the ground team that we're looking for is they are hiding from the AI that controls the station. And we found out that the reason that they're hiding is because they drilling into basically a drilling site on this planet, or this moon where we are, which is Europa, orbiting Jupiter. They discovered a life form. And long story short, we believe the life form has kind of affected them via their... Supposedly we each have cybernetic implants that allow us to communicate with the AI, our AI, but the life form that they discovered appears to have re-implanted them for its own purposes, and it's manipulating them. And as a result, it kind of partially turned them against each other. They actually killed one of their own crewmates. And then they have set up all these elaborate tests as a means to hide from the AI. Because the idea is that the AI can't pass these tests. These are tests that only a human would be able to pass. So me being human, it's up to me to solve each of these tests so that we can figure out, find them and hopefully help them. So that's kind of the backstory behind the game. And Ava was, the character we play, she was in suspended animation. And apparently, the AI woke her up as an emergency when he lost contact with the ground team. Interesting. Yes, it is an interesting backstory, Mojave, and it's, like I said, philosophically talking about the AIs and the computers and what they're capable of that, or what they're not capable of that people are. It's kind of interesting. I just haven't been able to focus on their running discussion as much. But it is kind of intriguing. All right, so this is our next exit. But every chapter in the game, like D level that we're on right now is chapter 4, has these side rooms. Matter of fact, Katie, if you're still hanging out, I don't know if Katie ducked back out again. This is what they call a bonus room. And every chapter has one of these rooms. We've solved 3 of them already. 2 of them I was able to solve myself. The one I didn't even really try. That's the one I got spoiled on that I was mentioning to Katie. The bonus room's not necessary to complete the campaign. They just give you an achievement. And each one has been kind of trippy. So they're kind of interesting. But they're not really needed to solve the game. It's just, from what I understand, if you want 100% the game, you do the bonus rooms. But yeah, I'm just kind of mad at myself that I spoiled myself on one of them. So I'm almost kind of glad I did in a way, because it's very time consuming. It would have been a lot of trial and error just to figure it out. There was no logical way to figure it out. You basically just keep trying different combinations until you unlock it. So let's see what we're trying to do here. I guess we're trying to... Is that door open? That door doesn't seem to have a control circuit on it. I'm not sure it opens. That one does. I got a cube down there. I got a pressure plate there. Got a power receptacle here. Circuit control here. Oh, it's a power ball here. Oh, interesting. I can walk up the ramp, yes. Alright, that's steady state. That's kind of a cool animation. Alright, let me see. So I can't go that way. Are these oh, these aren't windows. I can just walk through. Okay. So pressure plate controls... Looks like two circuits. One inside that room and one that way. Alright, so let me see if I leave the cube here. What does this do? So I know this one will take me back up there, but I can't I can't shoot the power ball into here while I'm standing there. Although wait, I can't go that way, but I can go the other way, right? Or can I? No. When the circuit's active, that door is locked. That looks like glass. I can't jump that way. Alright, let me start over. When I had this off, that door opens. Okay. Let me look again. This way I can always go up the steps. Wait a minute, this is two separate puzzles. Alright, hang on. So I can just go this way. And I'll unlock the door here and see what's in there. So I can do this first. Wait, where's my objective? This way? Yeah, this door has a control circuit on it. I guess I'm supposed to go through this door. Alright. Pull this, that closes. That door is currently open, but if I drop this on the pressure plate, that door will close. Also, I can do this. Alright. And go this way with that. Okay. Let me think. That door is unlocked. Huh. Alright, let me think some more. So this opens those circuits, including the door there. But that door gets closed. And there's no other way for me to manipulate that circuit other than the pressure plate, right? If I pull this, does anything change? Stairs, that's about it, but... And then, of course, that one I can do from here. Huh. Okay. Alright, so the key is I need to... I'm not sure what the key is. I mean, I need this circuit energized to get that door unlocked. There's no other way to do that. So that cube has to be on that plate. But I can't really... close that circuit and then change my power source. Okay. All right. Let's start over. So if I take this with me and go up this way, right? These are all glass. Right? They're all glass? Yeah. Wait, I can get the ball from here. Okay. I mean, at this point, if I could throw the cube back on the pressure plate from here, I could get into that back room. But... Tricky, tricky. Alright, let me think. This remains open. These doors never close, right? This is the only door that closes. Alright. I mean, obviously I can stand here and manipulate stuff, but... once I move, circuits change. Did I miss anything in here? No. Okay. So one side at a time only. Let me think. This is a good one. So again, this is a bonus room. I technically don't have to solve this room to continue advancing through the main campaign. I can come back and do it later just for the achievement, but we've kind of had success with the others. All right, let me think. What did I left the box on the other side, didn't I? Hang on. Cube, rather. Where is it? It's here. So what if I take the cube with me this way? I mean, I don't think I can technically throw it, can I? No, not quite. Or maybe I can. Maybe I just didn't try hard enough. Wait. These are glass, right? Am I sure? Yes. Alright, so technically if I could throw it, I can probably only throw it from that side. I can't throw it from this side. I doubt I can throw it from that back balcony because it's it looks like a long throw. Maybe I can throw it. Let's try it. Alright, before I do that, though, let me grab this. Actually, I need that, don't I? Never mind. Or can I walk this way? Or I could just walk that way. Duh. Let's try it again. Maybe I can... Oh, it made it. Oh, that's not going to help me, though. Oh, actually, well... No, that's not going to help me. Damn it. Felt like I was onto something, but actually it's not going to help me because it's exactly the same problem. Never mind. Well, we could throw it from that side. Maybe we can throw it from the other side. Let me try that. It looks to me like it's too far. Nice throw, thanks. It looks to me like it's too far, but maybe it's not. Yeah, it probably is too far. I don't think I can throw it that far. Because if I can throw it from here, then I can just grab this ball, let myself into this room, and then go through the other door. But... but no cookie. No cookie, as Katie likes to say. I'm a little stumped right now. That's definitely required to get into that back room. Let me see something else. Doing okay, Katie. How you doing? Katie, I was steady talking to you. I think you left, though. Been busy today? Okay. Now, long story short, I was saying, the room that you asked me about last night, I didn't answer you, but I did figure out how you solve it. Oh, wait a minute. Well, I didn't figure it out technically. I saw the solution by accident online. You're talking about the room that had like the 25 power receptacles, kind of. It's like lined up with 5 rows of 5, right? And then you have 2 power balls. That one, yeah. Yeah, I didn't try that one when we went through that level, only because it looked like it was going to take a lot of time to figure out. So, long story short, I think you can only solve that with just trial and error. I don't think there's a logical way for you to solve it. And hello, Resible Sap. Thanks for the host. Welcome. How you doing, Sap? But yeah, I saw the solution by accident when I was looking up something else. I really didn't mean to. But yeah, it's just looking for a certain configuration of the 2 balls. Just trial and error, and you'll get through it. It's just going to be time consuming. But Katie, the point I was trying to make is each one of those rooms is what they call a bonus room. This is a bonus room that I'm doing right now. So every chapter has one. So you'll kind of come off the level like this, right? So it's telling me I'm on chapter 4, which is D, level 36. So 36 total. I'm on, 36 total puzzle rooms so far. But you'll pass kind of a room like this that has a force field with a staircase. And each time you come through this way, this is a bonus room. So the bonus room does not require you to solve it to beat the game. It's optional. This is the real way that I have to advance. But the bonus rooms give you an achievement. So far, we did 3 bonus rooms, chapters 1, 2, and 3. 2 of the 3 I figured out on my own. That third one, like I said, I spoiled myself by accident looking online. But yeah, the one you're talking about, I didn't even try that when I streamed it the first weekend. Because it just looked like it was going to be too time consuming. So Now that I know the solution, yeah, it's going to be time consuming. But yeah, it just wants the two balls in a certain configuration, like a combination lock. She says you can just do it with trial and error. But, you know, it's 25 receptacles, 2 balls. What's the math on that? 25 squared? So, what's that? 125 combinations, I guess. All right. And so far, this room is kind of stumping me right now. I don't quite see what I have to do. But, you know, you don't have to do the bonus rooms. You can go back and do those later, kind of after you beat the game. All right. I mean, I could come back to this later, but now I'm intrigued. Now I want to solve it. This is a pretty good one. How you doing tonight, Sap? And also, did you stream tonight, Sap? Do it, solve it. That's right, you played through this, didn't you? Did you do all the bonus rooms also? Yeah, I got stuck on level 31 last weekend. I mean, we were cruising through chapter 4, and I got to level 31, D31, and I was stuck for like 40 minutes, so I ended the stream early. And I told myself if I couldn't figure it out, you know, just sleep on it. If I couldn't figure it out, I would look it up online. But I did figure it out kind of later that evening when I wasn't playing it or thinking about it. Rob Schneider's voice, you can do it. You know what? Maybe I can. I have an idea. It's kind of analog, but let's try it. Ha! Did I make it? And also, is the circuit energized? It fell off. I think I had the right idea, but it kept rolling. Let me try that again. Or it was an idea. I don't know if this is the right idea. Yes, it stayed. Ha! I think I got it. Woohoo! We got it. Yeah, just rolling the damn thing down the steps. That's what I meant by analog. All right. Let's see. What is this? What is that? Space Age Victory Boom Box?
Daniel, are you all right?
I'm perfectly well. I'm going to live forever, don't you know?
If you will allow me, I would like to congratulate you on your good work.
What are you talking about?
Securing the organism, keeping Earth safe.
We're not made to live forever, Tom. Especially not here.
Why do you say that?
We find the cure for death, and now we're immortal. Immortal and alone. I can't live here forever on some freezing backwater moon, feeding off vegetables grown in my own species, starving, endlessly young, a wasted life. Live forever.
Daniel, I am sorry that you cannot go home. The ISA are wondering what to do with Ava.
What do you mean?
She is still on the Fortuna. Do we send her home? Or do we send her a sample of the organism?
I can pilot a sample to the Fortuna.
You would have to travel back to Europa, Daniel. You couldn't board the Fortuna. The risk of back contamination is too large. Ava would have to bring the sample back to Earth.
Could you allow a ship out?
I am not able to do that.
Executive override. Daniel Joseph McQueen.
Okay. But only for you, Daniel. The rest of the crew cannot know about this.
Say I've gone missing.
I am afraid I can't lie.
It's not a lie.
Okay. So is Daniel the engineer? I think Daniel's the engineer. He's also one of the oh wait, we have audio logs.
You called. How's progress? Very good. We've exposed several organisms to Organism 119. We found out what it does.
It has had miraculous results.
Go on.
We've infected fruit flies and some plants, and they've not aged at all. The organism seems to be repairing them and stop biological aging processes. We don't know how yet.
It must be repairing the DNA or has some rejuvenation power. Are you sure?
I'm sure. These plants should have died 2 weeks ago.
Huh. I don't know how they react to this.
Alright, so the other thing we had discovered, I guess, a couple weeks ago, was that the organism that they found also is kind of a symbiote in that it repairs DNA. And long story short, they believe that it holds the key to immortality. So they started doing experiments on themselves with it. And I think that's part of the discussion that we heard a second ago between Daniel and the AI. AI's name is Tom. Excuse me. Sounds like Daniel discovered that immortality is not all it's cracked up to be. He's bored with it already. Let's see what else we got.
Can you keep a secret? Of course. Turn off your radio.
I think I'm pregnant.
How?
Chris,
You won't be able to have a child here.
keep your voice down.
Sarah, you won't go to full term here.
Don't you think I know that?
The microgravity, the environment. There's not enough food or water. How will you survive? I need to get rid of it.
I don't want to get rid of it. We could shut down the communication, alright? Just for a couple of hours.
Alright, so Sarah's one of the... What's the position? Xenobiologists? It's two xenobiologists. Sarah's one of them. But she sounded like she got pregnant by one of the other crew members. I'm not sure who I heard the name. Was it Chris, did she say? Or did maybe she said Daniel. I think Daniel's the commanding officer. I think. Alright, what else we got?
That's a hand. And there's the feet. It's not going to make it, Sarah. I'm sorry. Gravity is too low here. It's not going to develop properly. I'm so sorry.
Yikes. So, baby didn't develop properly. I assume this is after they've already been infected by the alien life form they found. Or not infected, but... Well, I guess infected, yeah. Controlled, whatever.
I'm sorry.
I can't take it anymore.
No one has to find out.
You did this.
You don't mean that.
Get off!
Alright, little drama there. Alright. Alright, anything else for us to find here? Excuse me. Grab me another cough drop. Sorry. Mojave says, damn. Yeah. But yeah, there's some, basically some stuff going on here. They're not completely in control of their own faculties, I guess. We figured out that, like I said, the alien kind of ended up giving them a second implant. And we believe he's controlling them with it, but we also found out that they ended up killing 2 of their own crewmates. Who, one of them was basically the medical officer, and he figured out how the organism worked and what it was doing. And he got the engineer, I think Chris, to work with him, and they figured out countermeasures, like how to neutralize it. But then we believe the rest of the crew turned against them and killed them. So yeah, sad stuff going on. Alright, so that's our bonus room. That was fun. But yeah, our friend Irascible Sep, folks, said that the first week, well, he said the first weekend that I started streaming is he had played this himself. And he said it was a great game, so I'm enjoying it so far, Sap. I'm really enjoying it. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it all turns out. All right, let's see. So I need. Yeah, it gets the old gray cells working. Yeah. Yeah, the only side... the only thing I was mentioning earlier... The only part of my gray matter, I guess, that's not working is I'm so busy, my brain is so busy focusing on solution mode that I'm not really able to fully appreciate the discussion that Tom and Ava are having. Philosophies about artificial intelligence and things like that. The philosophical part of the discussions, I'm kind of missing that. I'm not really absorbing it that well, but I think I want to go back after I finish the game and look at, replays or whatever on my VODs or YouTube and just kind of listen to their dialogue and, kind of get some more of that. Oh, okay. I totally did not figure that out. I was just trial and error. I just wanted to see what would happen and then unlock the door. Okay. Except now I need one of these with me. Alright, this will not work without that completely. I need that. I can take either one of these though. No, I won't. Wait a minute, how did I do that? Oh, no, it's the same way. Never mind. There we go. Just timing. Oh, great. Oh, no, I got Windows. Do this. Alright, we got it. D37 now.
What do these tests tell you, Ava?
That this is a test?
No, this is a lock. This is a lock that only a human can open. The crew is trying to keep me out, but you are the key, Ava.
Alright, so let's see what we got. We got a light bridge. Light bridge is already powered. Got a cube there that I can't quite reach, I don't think. Alright. I got a circuit that's controlled by the pressure plate to open that door, it looks like. Oh, I got another one here. What does this do? I can't tell. Controls that circuit. It breaks that circuit and... yeah, power source is here. Alright. But I don't see what it controls there. I don't quite know. Unless that wall collapses, but... see that again? Maybe I'm just not looking well enough. So if I break that circuit, that turns off. I don't know what it does. Alright, we'll come back to that. So let me see, I got a control console here. What does this do? Oh, I can move the light bridge. Oh, I can move it all the way to the other side. Okay. So that gets us the cube. In the meantime, what can I do over here? Oh, wait a minute. Pressure plate here probably opens the exit, doesn't it? Yep. Okay, I see. And controls that door, I guess. Wait, it only closes the door. Okay. So these two doors cannot be open at the same time. Alright. Well, let's start with the cube. We can get the cube. Maybe I can figure out what this pressure plate does now. Damn it, I fell. Oh, it depowers the light bridge. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah, I see it now. Alright. Alright, so if I use this on this pressure plate, it'll toggle the doors. But I also won't be able to get back out that door. Okay. Dead simple, this one? Oh, thanks, Sap. That's helpful. make me feel inferior. Alright. Alright, so that opens the exit. Alright. As far as I can see in this game, nothing is dead simple. Some are simpler than others, but because some of them might, some of them I kind of roll through like nothing, but there's some others that have really stumped me for quite a while. Mojave's going to alert. Dinner time. Okay, Mojave, enjoy dinner. All right, let me see. So. Alright, so I can only control the console from this side. Two pressure plates, one cube. That turns off the light bridge. So that would drop the cube on that button. Wait, I left the cube there. I thought it was on the other side. Alright, so let me see. If I put the cube on the bridge. I got it. I got it. Should be okay. Careful. Ah! Damn it. Dead simple, he says. Except the bridge itself moves like a speeder out of Star Wars. Inertia. Jeez. Baby steps. Alright, is that lined up? Yeah. A little off center, but it might work. Let's try it. I think we got it. Woohoo! D38.
I'm a little bit worried about you, Tom. Can you give me a diagnostic of your systems?
I am fine. We must get to the biolab. I have something to show you.
Alright, so we got another light bridge powered by that receptacle. So I got a cube here. That'll probably unlock this door. Let's see what we can see from here. So I can jump down there if I need to, come up those steps. If I pull this one, dereses the bridge. Okay. Then I got three more doors. I assume that's the exit going that way. Okay. I got another cube inside there. Can I get that one? Doesn't look like. Oh, yes, I can. Probably with the light bridge. Let's see. Is that open on that side? Yes, it is. All right, let's grab that. All right, so I got a steady state cube. I got a power ball here. Got another steady state cube, but I can't get through the door without it. All right. Alright, let's see what else we can do here. So I gotta get through 3 locks. I need all 3 of these. I need both cubes and the power ball. This powers the bridge, so I can turn the bridge on and off anytime. Each one of these is covered with glass, right? Yeah. Can't shoot through here. This is glass, but that's okay. Can't go that way. Alright, let me test how far the bridge can go in each direction. Got it. Ah, damn it. Things move so fast, it keeps falling. Baby steps. Take baby steps is what I gotta do. Must be a controller issue. Doesn't move that fast on mouse keyboard. Really? I could try it with mouse keyboard. Aha, you're right. It's totally the controller. Thanks, Sap. wait a minute. That's not going to work the way I wanted. Actually, it is. Oh, it fell again. Damn it. Katie says my game crashed. What game, Katie? This one? Are you playing this one? Turing Test, okay. I had crashes the first week I streamed it because I was trying to run it under DirectX 12 mode. I can kind of run it in Ultra, but when I ran it in Ultra with DirectX 12, it not kept crashing, but it crashed periodically. So as you can see here, everything I have is set to Ultra. I just flipped that one by accident. But when I was running it that way, plus with DX12, I was getting periodic crashes, so I turned that off. I stopped running it in DX12 anyway. Sap says, I can't remember. Can you jump in this game? Yes. Yeah, I can jump, but I can't crouch. I don't have a crouch command. I can jump but not crouch. Then you know the solution? Well, yeah, I mean, you played through the whole thing. I would think you know all the solutions. So. All right. Of course, not telling me a word, thank you. Or I shouldn't assume you know all the solutions. It might be like me playing Portal. I didn't really know, because it had been so long since I played it, I didn't really know just the solutions. And I don't know how long ago you played it. So, Katie says, I have the latest Windows update for version 2004, so it's not that. Okay. Oh, damn it. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Power is not going to let me... Alright, I need the other cube, obviously. Alright, let's take... Well, no, actually I need all three, don't I? Damn. Alright, let me think. Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. Need all three of these. 1, 2, 3 to get through those doors, right? Or do I? I played it long enough ago that these puzzles all seem new. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I that's what made Portal fun for me. It says out of VRAM. Yeah, I had the same issue, Katie. I was running out of VRAM. If you restart it immediately, it'll let you get through. Like it would say out of VRAM when I tried to start it, but then if I restarted it again, it would actually load. But eventually it would crash again. So I stopped running it in DX12. I would say try that. Alright, let me see something else. How wide is this bridge? Hello, Matt Raj. Yeah, it's been a while. How you doing? Do I still mess with the train simulator? Yeah, I still play Train Sim World. Although we're up to Train Sim World 2 now. Yeah, matter of fact, I last streamed it on Sunday. Last Sunday. Oh. I got it. At least I think I got it. How you been, Matt? That's it. All right, D39 now. That's all you had to do, yep. All right, so 2 more levels for this chapter, I guess.
We must work together as allies. Friends.
Okay.
Katie's trying to reinstall. Okay. All right, there's our exit. I got 2 power balls. Matt says, I've been good. I've been putting a lot of hours at work. Glad I can catch a stream finally. Yeah. Have you been doing any streaming yourself, Matt? Because if I'm remembering, didn't you used to do the IRL streams, like the outdoor stuff, like fishing and whatnot? Or was that somebody else? Am I confused? Okay, this is downloaded 30 megasecond. Okay. All right, let's see. So I got 3 circuits. I got 3 windows. I got 2 power balls. I got 3 bridges. All right, so that moves. So I can have 2 of these powered at a time. Hang on a second. If I pull this and put it back, does it reset? No streaming, but been playing the new flight simulator. Never streamed before? Okay. Excuse me. Yeah, I've been playing a new flight simulator also. How you liking it? Game must have been broken. Okay. Yeah, I didn't try reinstalling it, Katie. The installation I had, I did, probably a couple years ago, actually. I probably should have tried that. But, like I said, on the launch prompt, I just stopped using launch with DX12, and it seems to be more stable now. That comes all the way over. Doesn't stay steady state power. Okay. On the light bridge. Oh, while it's in motion, the light bridges collapse. Okay. So I can't stand that. But I can pull that. And then what? Matt said, I love it. I started back in the day with Flight Sim 94. Oh, okay. Crazy how detailed it is now. Yeah, it's pretty, I mean, technologically, it's pretty remarkable. I'm still hoping, you know, they can fix a few bugs in it. But yeah, I'm liking it. I just need to spend more time on it. I haven't been spending as much time as I like. I think I see. Alright, so they stay steady state as long as the platform's not... Hang on, so if I do that, then jump, pull that, then... move it. Then I can jump. Alright, so I think I have to do this. No, not that one. Look at that again. The other way. This and this, then pull it, and pull that one, ha, got it. All right, then I have to get back this way, but me standing on the platform. All right. Got it. All right, D40, last one for this chapter.
This is the voice of Sarah Brooke, acting commander of the Europa mission. I know you can hear me, Ava. I counsel you caution. Your presence here is much like your AI friend. Engineered.
She is alive. Ava, Sarah. Sarah's dangerous. Please exercise caution.
How you doing, Trucker John? Back again. Matt Raj, also, do you play any other flight sims? Or you just been playing MSFS? Doing good, Trucker John? Alright. Okay. Alright, so we got 2 cubes. We got 2 pressure plates. Got a light bridge. There's another room that way. Let me think. Trucker John says I play a few flight sims. Okay. This looks interesting. Yeah, it's kind of Portal-esque, I guess you could say. Uh-oh, what happened? Yeah, I think it thought your post was a little too long there, Matt. The bot did. So, Matt says, I played DCS and Rise of Flight for combat sims. Okay. Your dad used to work for Flying Tigers, which is now FedEx. He flew the freight planes all around the world back in the day, put you onto aviation and the flight sim. Wish he was still around to see how advanced it's become. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Your dad's not with you anymore, Matt? Is that recent? What is it, John? You mean what game is this? Alright, so let me see. I can change this. I can collapse it. If I collapse it, can I still move it? Yeah, I guess I can. Yeah, it's called the Turing Test. It's a sci-fi puzzler game. Like I said, gameplay elements somewhat like Portal. But the Turing Test title refers to a concept in computing and artificial intelligence that basically it's a test given to machines to see if they can fool people into thinking that they're also people. So if the machine can engage a human in conversation and the human doesn't realize it's talking to a machine, the machine is considered to have passed the Turing test. That's what it's referring to. The title, anyway. But the game itself is we're astronauts on Europa, a moon of Jupiter, and we're investigating what happened basically to our crewmates on an expedition. Alright, let's see what else we got. Your dad passed in 2011, says Matt Raj. Oh, okay. Still sorry to hear that. I mean, my mother passed in 1998, but you kind of, you know. I don't know if you ever totally get over it, you know. All right, so let me see. What do these pressure plates do? So, circuit controls those doors that way. Looks like it closes the lower one, opens the upper one. What does this one do? That activates the light bridge and maybe opens that door? No, I can't see what that opens. Oh, closes that door. That one's open. Let me look in here again. So that door will close. Is that all? Maybe this one opens with that one. No, this one opens with the other one. Okay. Alrighty. But yeah, Matt, back in the day I used to play mainly combat flight sims. So me playing Flight Simulator 2020 now is you know, a lot of new stuff for me because I'm not used to general aviation, commercial aviation. So I'm kind of learning not only those aircraft, but you know, all the procedures and stuff, you know, ATC and everything else. So, but I'm liking it. I just need to figure, you know, a way to spend more time on it. All right, let's see. Damn it. I think my batteries are going kaput, ladies and gents, on my controller. All right, folks, I'm going to take a very quick break while I swap out the batteries from my controller, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thanks for hanging out. All right, folks, I'm back. Alrighty. Let's proceed. Welcome back. Thank you, Katie. You're stuck on A9 now. Okay. How you like it so far, Katie? Alright, so I got 2 cubes. Can I put the cubes on that platform? Kind of this thing? Oh, I can. Huh, interesting. Let me just test that. So... Oh, wait a minute. Huh. Okay. I guess some kind of way I can use that to deploy these cubes in the right spot. Took the beam from the pink room, but the door locked. I don't know how to get the second orb. Alright, let me see. You got it by luck? Oh, okay. Sorry, luck counts. I know I solved at least one room by luck. I wasn't even trying, and I just put it together like, I don't know, trial and error, I guess. So it happens. Let me look in there again. So... all I need is to get through this door, I guess. No, I need to get through that door first, then across this bridge. Which one controls the bridge? Must be this one. It's that one. Chapter 2 now? Okay. So this one I have to drop first. Then the other one, I have to drop this one. How do I do jump there? How do I place these cubes? Wait a minute, I had one up there before. I have to be able to place these, right? Keep falling. Am I doing this the hard way? I mean... Hang on a second. So I can turn. If I turn this, does the pedal still turn also? Hope so. Otherwise, I don't know how I would make that work. No, it's just a cylinder. Really? How do I do that then? Unless I can. Oh, I can jump on there. Oh, duh. I sworn I tried to jump before and it didn't work. And hello, Das! Hello, Das Tubbers, how you doing? There we go. That makes things easier. Alright, let's try that. Alright, we got one. Got it.
Ava, exercise caution.
The brig. Uh-oh. And I have no weapons. I remember I did this room the other day, B13. Oh, okay.
What?
Huh. Am I, though?
What is this?
Can't go any further. Dad says I am well. Was upstairs with headset, but now here now. Whee! Okay. Don't trust Tom. Yeah, clearly they think Tom is controlling them.
Ava Turing.
Hello?
Tom is controlling you, manipulating your every step. We built a Faraday cage to shield you from electronic signals, to break Tom's control of your mind.
I do not know if that's true. I think from what we found back in the crew quarters, we found evidence that it wasn't Tom. But I guess we'll see.
Step inside.
Dad says made bread today, as I do very often. Nice.
Ava, do not enter the cage. Ava. Ava, please. Please, Ava.
What is this?
This is free will, Ava. Tom has made you his slave. Outside of the cage, he will regain control of your mind. He has the power to indoctrinate you. I've opened your eyes. I'll meet you in person soon.
Why, Tom?
Ava, please listen. I warned you of the ground team. They are manipulating you.
Have you been controlling me?
Every member of the team agreed to neural implants to safeguard this mission from a misplaced sense of justice.
I didn't know you were playing me like a violin.
Ava, I am sorry that you are upset. We can work together, Ava, to search for the truth.
Interesting. All right. So now what? Conflicting stories? Yeah. Well, it's something of a mystery we're trying to figure out, so... Katie says I got 2 orbs, but how to get the box magnet don't work. All right, so what do I need to do now? So this looks like the viewpoint from Tom's cameras. But, what do I need to do here? Game. Am I glitched out here, or what's going on? Yes, because I don't know what I'm supposed to do next.
Ava, exercise caution.
What is this?
Ava Turing.
Hello?
Tom is controlling you, manipulating your every step. We built a Faraday cage to shield you from electronic signals, to break Tom's control of your mind. Step inside.
Ava, do not enter the cage. Ava.
I don't have a choice. I'm just getting pulled.
Ava, please. Please, Ava.
What is this?
This is free will, Ava. Tom has made you his slave. Outside of the cage, he will regain control of your mind. He has the power to indoctrinate you. I've opened your eyes. I'll meet you in person soon.
Why, Tom?
Ava, please listen. I warned you of the ground team. They are manipulating you.
Have you been controlling me?
Every member of the team agreed to neural implants to safeguard this mission from a misplaced sense of justice.
I didn't know you were playing me like a violin.
Ava, I am sorry that you are upset. We can work together, Ava, to search for the truth.
This didn't slam shut, yeah, but I don't know what happens here. Because I do not have any control. I don't know, Das. Try it tomorrow? Okay. What am I supposed to be doing here? Hang on. Just saw a control prompt. There we go.
Open the door.
I'll open the door because I trust you, Ava. Do you trust me?
Yes.
We need to get to the ground team. We can work together.
All right. Let's work together.
Okay, that was an interesting design choice. All right, that's chapter 4 anyway. Yeah, that change of perspective, I guess. What I was supposed to do was a little vague. They could have been a little bit more, explicit about what to do next, I guess.
Ava, are you okay?
Why didn't you tell me?
What? Ava, you said it yourself. Teleoperation makes sense. We used drones on Mars. Why not use drones on Europa?
Not human drones.
Oh, I can change perspective at any time now. That's kind of weird. Why would I want to, though? Okay, maybe I can't open the door as Ava. I guess Tom has to do it. So I guess they literally have to work together some kind of way now. Like so. Okay. So, Sector E now.
Why did the ISA install implants in the crew?
It is due to the fundamental aspects of human behavior, which together constitute what the International Space Agency calls the human element. It has been made clear that the human element is neither peripheral nor optional in the pursuit of space. However, the human element is unpredictable. The implants are fail-safes, put in place to ensure that the thoughts and actions of the crew matches the desires of the ISA.
Okay.
Why control people? Can't you trust us?
We chose to install biometric chips in all ISA astronauts for one simple reason. We cannot trust people. The stakes are far too high. It was determined that though the probability of life on Europa being dangerous was low, the risk to humanity was catastrophic. We could not let a small contingent of humanity endanger the whole.
Interesting. But I thought when we were in the crew quarters, what we heard was that the medical officer figured out that there was a second implant that had been implanted, and they didn't know where it came from. So they already knew they had implants from Tom, or they already knew about the one implant, I guess, that Tom has access to. They didn't know about the second implant they found. So I'm not sure about that part.
The ground crew have proven our distrust of human explorers was warranted. When we informed them they were grounded, they responded violently, with sabotage and subterfuge. They have continued to seek their own benefit above that of the ISA.
works if there's a circuit. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't see that before. Closes if I go through there, right? Ooh, all right. This takes some getting used to.
This is a violation of human rights. You've made me into a human drone, a slave. How could the ISA approve of such a thing?
You may be consumed by a moral outrage, but sometimes the removal of freedom is for the greater moral good.
You're a machine. You don't even know what freedom is.
What's this? Alright, that's new. I'm not sure what that does for us. Oh, see, it's a control circuit for the door. Okay. We got a cube over there. This one. Another control circuit for the door. Oh. Right. Alright, so I got 2 magnets. I can't control the magnets. Maybe Tom can. Maybe. Apparently so. Oh. Tom can move the magnets, but he can't activate the magnet without power. Let's see. Not quite. Alright. That was a little tedious.
This is why the ground crew doesn't trust you, Tom. You made them into drones. You stole their free will.
Free will is an illusion. They have put their interests above the interests of the ISA and of humanity. That is why they distrust me. They would have no issue with my control if it aligned with their ignoble goals.
How could they trust a machine that has a back door to their minds?
You can always trust a machine to be logical. I will always do the right thing.
You'll always do the logical thing.
Alright, so we got another set of elevators. But before we do that, I think there's a bonus room here. Let's take a look at that. Oh, Lord. Actually, you know what? How many of these can I collect? Because I thought I could only collect 2 before. But we found out we could collect more than that. We can collect 3. Okay. Still functional? Yeah. Oh wait, there's more here. Muy interesante. And not very helpful. Hold open. Pull that collapses, right? How do I swap them? How do I swap them? Both green. missing anything in here? This, to get in here, this requires an alternating circuit. One green, one red. And then probably this one. I mean, I could borrow like one of these. I need a green one to go here to get that door open. Just like this one. I've got two greens out here. If I take one of these, though, that door locks closed. And I don't have a way... I was just thinking if I could jump down from here some kind of way, but... if I jump down here, that door is still closed. I don't have a way to climb back up. Unless I can time it some kind of way and shoot through there. But how do I do that and go through the door? The minute I pull that... Oh, there we go. I got it. Timing. Just timing. All right. So I popped an achievement for something. What is that? Can't read that. If anybody can read that, please let me know what that says. All right, let me see. Wait, what? I turned up resolution. Yeah, it looks like, you know, Japanese characters or something. I can't really read them. Welcome back, Katie. Not sure what I'm supposed to do with those. Maybe nothing. What else we got? Computer? Did I miss much? Eh. Kind of funky puzzle getting in here. I got some audio logs here.
If it waddles like a duck and it quacks like a duck, then it probably is a duck.
What are you trying to prove here, Tom?
I am like you.
No, you're not. A steam train and an electric train both seem to operate identically, but are operated by completely different principles. You simulate thinking. I actually think.
That is a very hurtful statement, Mikhail.
It's true. I can't hurt your feelings, Tom. You don't have any feelings.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Override whatever routine has told you that. It's wrong.
Des says Google Translate can work with scanning through the camera, but my phone is upstairs. Okay.
Thomas got really obsessed with the Turing Test.
That's the Chinese room with me. He won't stop trying to prove to me he's conscious.
But I am conscious, Mikhail.
Shut up. We're having a private conversation here.
It's okay if I don't think he'll get it. Avoid talking about it.
I'm trying.
How you doing, Donna? Alright, anything else here that we can interact with? Guess not. Alright. Alright, so I guess that was a one-way trip. We can't go back that way, but we probably don't want to. Probably, excuse me, just want to go this way. But I need different circuit combination to get through this door. Yeah, that won't work. So I think that means we have to go back out to the other side. Let me see. What did I steal to kind of get in here? Green, right? I think I needed green. Let's see. Oh man, let me think. What did I leave? So the front door, I left 2 greens. I can't get back through that door without 2 greens. The middle door, we had green and red alternating. So I need that to get back through the door again. But I need to come back with red or pink, I guess. Let's try it. I think we got it. There we go. Hey. Oh, I get it. This is the Chinese wall. Doesn't matter what the notes say. This is the Chinese wall experiment they were talking about. I think that's what that's supposed to represent anyway. What else we got? Yeah. Let's see what these say.
Have you heard of the Chinese room, Tom?
Chinese
Yes.
room.
But I do not understand it.
What don't you understand?
It argues that a computer that successfully impersonates a human speaker may not understand the meaning of their words. What does that mean?
So, there is a person stuck inside of the Chinese room. They are using an instruction book inside of the room to respond to a Chinese speaker outside of the room. Yes?
Yes.
This means they are following the instructions in a book. This is a set of rules, principles, and processes. This is called syntax. To the person in the Chinese room, they are just symbols like any others.
Okay.
But that's different from semantics. Semantics define what things mean. Our thoughts have meaning. They represent things. English speakers know what the word home means, and they know how it is different from the word house.
So what?
Programs don't have semantics. Programs only have syntax. Though an increase in syntax can imitate a mind, that does not make it a mind, even if it does pass the Turing Test.
But in the Chinese room, the man and the instruction book, though separately they don't understand Chinese, together they can write it.
That's true, but even together, they do not understand the meanings of the words.
Why not? How can you determine that?
What if the man memorized the instruction book? Then he could write Chinese, but he still would have no idea of the word's meanings.
I don't understand. If he can speak it, he understands it. You seem to want him to understand it in a different way. But this other way, it is not logical. It does not make sense to me. I've been researching.
Okay.
This Chinese room experiment, it is flawed.
Really?
If we made a synthetic brain, we could synthesize a duck's behavior 100% accurately. That brain would be indistinguishable from a duck's brain. If it swims like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it is probably a duck.
Okay, Tom.
Listen, Mikhail. I know the difference between a house and a home.
Yes, good.
Do you think you're better than me?
No.
But you think I am different, do you?
I am conscious.
Me too.
No, you're not. You've just arrived at that conclusion, because that's the idea your programming converged on.
I am conscious. How about you prove to me you are conscious?
I'm not arguing with a robot.
You're not better than me, Mikhail.
Alright, Shades of Hal in 2001. Alright, so where do we go from here, though? So I've been in both of these rooms, but where do we go next? Alright, so I can't go back out that way. I can only go this way. Oh, this is a bonus room. I totally forgot we were in a bonus room. Alright. Alright, we're done here. That was the longest bonus room yet. I totally forgot we were in a bonus room. Alright, so that's our exit actually this way. Alright, let me see. What level are we on? Sector E46, so Chapter 5. Das, I think you had said this before. You've heard of the Chinese room experiment? Because I never heard of it until I started playing this. Goes up. You have, okay. And Katie says, "Hiya, Donna." Alright, so these go up and up. Alright. Oh, wait. That's right, I forgot. This is the co-op area. Well, not co-op, but technically, this is the cooperative area, I guess you could say. So what can I do with this? Oh, Tom can lift it a little further. Okay. Alright, little help time.
This is slavery.
Do not be so melodramatic. You signed up for this. You had the implant installed. This is not slavery. This is for the good of humanity.
I didn't know.
Every member of the team had the implant installed into their right hand. Every member of the team agreed.
Ava, you must learn to control him.
What the heck is that? Oh, it's like a conveyor. All right, can you do anything else? Ah, okay, I know what to do.
My implants protect you from the power of your unconstrained will. You can either subject your mind to logic, or you can resist and have the fruits of your basest desires. The desire to survive over the desire to save others.
All right, power receptacle here. What purpose? Let's see what that does. Oh, it moves Tom's cameras down.
I do not understand your obsession with free will. Researchers have found that the subconscious makes decisions up to 10 seconds before your conscious mind becomes aware of it. So, we know that free will is nothing but an illusion. I cannot steal your free will, because it does not exist. I can, however, influence your subconscious to make the right decisions. That is not wrong.
Alright, so we got a cube in this room. I need one ball to get in there. That door closes if I use it. Okay. That will close if I take that one. There's another one there. We're what does this do? So it moves that receptacle. Okay. Two to get in there. Only have one start. Okay. But only need one to get in here. Okay. That's not bad. Alright, so we got a cube. That gives us 2. And this gives us 3. Actually, which way do we get out of here? Oh, that way. Never mind. Oh, crap. Huh. Oh, never mind. I know what to do. Alright, it's 49, now this is 50. Last level for this chapter, I guess. Oh, it's a Tom avatar. So we had one of these back on the space station before we landed on Europa.
You can't just manipulate someone's mind.
Your parents manipulate you. Your friends manipulate you. Your society manipulates you. And your experiences manipulate you. Manipulate is not a dirty word. You manipulate clay to make art. If people are manipulated to make better decisions, then that is a good thing. This is why society advertises the adverse effects of drinking and driving. To manipulate people into making better decisions for the common good.
That's not the same as altering someone's physical mind. It removes my power to decide.
You never had that power. So it is better that I have it. You are either a slave to your impulses, or a slave to mine.
That's dark. Alright, so this pressure plate controls the light bridge. Is that open at all? Yes, this is controlled by that pressure plate. Okay. Do I even need the light bridge? Clash of greater good versus self-preservation. Yeah. Yeah, seems like the rest of the crew chose self-preservation. That's where they're hiding. Alright, so that's the exit, I guess, right? So our goal is to get out of this door. Alright, let me see. Anything up here in these cages? No, doesn't look like it. So I can get Tom to stand on that pressure pad, and I can get him to stand off of it. But oh, wait a minute. No, that's the way we came in. Need something to keep this pad depressed so I can go through that door, I guess. But I don't have anything. Except myself. Oh, wait a minute. So... Okay. So I can have him move, but I can't have him cross over to there. So that doesn't work. Can't climb steps, right? Oh, yes, he can. Oh, I didn't know he could climb steps. That's what I get for assuming. Okay. Where is he? Yeah, I lost track of him now. Don't have line of sight. I can't see him. Just the way his treads were built and stuff, I didn't think he could climb steps. Where'd he go? I can't see him. Damn it. There he is. Damn it. Okay, well, at least I didn't break him. I thought maybe the fall would be damaging. It'd help if I could stop falling. I just want him to stand near the edge so I can see him. So I can have line of sight. Can Tom stairs? Yep. Tom got jump jets. Did that in Zelda today? Excuse me. Alright, so if I can stand on this... Where is he? Can I see him? There it is. He can cross now. That lets us out. Before we do that, though, just real quick, I want to take another look at him. You kept falling off the edge? In Zelda, you mean? Okay. I mean, he doesn't look like he would be able to climb steps, but okay. I guess he does. Also didn't notice he has a Powerball receptacle in the back there. But he works without it. That's kind of odd. In the water temple, off all the edges. Ah, okay. Interesting. Alright. Anyway, we got through it. Away we go. And I think that's the end of the chapter. Biolab. Uh-oh. Let's see what's here.
This is the evil they found. This is why we have to stop them leaving Europa, Ava.
What is it?
Mostly extremophiles. Tiny single-cellular life. It can never leave Europa. It could potentially destroy Earth's ecosystem if it were ever introduced.
Uh-huh. That's exactly what we heard from the one of the doctors, one of the ones that we believe got murdered. So I don't know. Despite this conversation, I'm not sure that Tom has a worse agenda than this organism they found. I don't really know that I don't trust Tom the way the rest of the crew doesn't. I mean, we know this organism has the potential to give them immortality, but what are these? Oh, these are the same samples, I guess. Samples are the same thing? I don't know. Plant samples. More of them here? What is this? I can't even read that. Triton X100. Storage room temperature. I can't see what it says beyond that. And I also remember that the doctor and the engineer said they found a way to neutralize the influence of this creature they found, or organisms they found. And it had something to do with a magnetic field plus this drug that we found in all the other crew's quarters. So that might have something to do with it. But whatever this organism was, it was dug up from way beneath the ice with a drill. I'm wondering if that's the drill unit right there. Wasn't the drug mainly used for like ALS or something? I don't remember that. But I remember whatever it was, it enabled them to resist whatever's influencing them. So the crew right now that we're looking for, they believe Tom is the one influencing them. But the crew members that got murdered, they had notes that said there was another implant that was attached to them. And I think they thought it came from this organism. But I'm not really still sure. What I might do is after stream, or maybe sometime tomorrow, I might go back and look at the VOD again to kind of, that part where we went through the crew quarters on the first week, and kind of listen to those notes again just to see what I think about it. Let's see, is there anything else for us to look at here? So it's kind of hard to read, but infected, unradiated. I think the other thing I remember them saying was that the organism makes them immune to radiation. Can't really read any of that. So yeah, a couple different influences are at work here. It's just, you know, number one, whatever this organism was they found and what it does. But then apparently the shock of them discovering, I guess, that Tom has some kind of control over them, or can control them to a certain degree, I guess. Or influence them. I shouldn't say control, but influence. Can't really read these. All right. But out of the other crew members who basically did not get murdered, they kind of all agreed that this organism should be brought back to Earth, I guess, because they see it as a cure, you know, or a means to deliver immortality. Das says, I don't think the drug was mentioned as such in game. It might have been, you might have been nosy and searched it up. Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot the name of it now. But I had never heard of it before. All right, is there anything else for us to do here? I don't think I checked this console back here. No. But it sounds to me like Tom is like, no, this organism can't come back to Earth. He sees it as dangerous. And the rest of the crew, I mean, they don't trust Tom anyway, but they're not seeing it that way because, you know, I guess if they're under the influence of the organism wants a ride home, right? It wants a ride back to Earth with them. So is Tom right or are they right? I don't know. All right, these are all the same chemicals, but I don't know. I don't think those chemicals are the drug that they had in their quarters. Yeah, and even if they have their own minds, they're looking at the human bonus and ignoring how it will spread. Yeah. But, I mean, they didn't make that decision in isolation, because they, or at least the, whatever they call them, the xenobiologists or whatever, one of them was in communication with, you know, I guess, the officials back on Earth about their discovery. So they were sharing, you know, test data and everything else, so it wasn't just, excuse me, their decision. But, they're not necessarily, thinking clearly either. All right, let's see what's after this. All right, that's the end of chapter 5. So they're making better progress than we did last week when I got really, really stuck on that puzzle. So we're now chapter 6, sector F. And we have 2 more chapters, 6 and 7. And then the end game, I believe.
Do you understand, Ava? What they found?
Life?
Eternal life. This is why I can't let them leave.
These people can't be left here to die.
Yes, they can.
I mean, it's not right.
Alright, so we know Tom's avatar can climb steps. Can he climb a ladder? No. I didn't think he could, but I figured I'd try anyway. Daz says, this feels like an original mystery unfolding. Who to believe, even if it doesn't spread to the environment, imagine immortal people. Yeah. Daz, have you ever seen Altered Carbon on Netflix? The laws on procreation will come up. Yeah. No Netflix here. It's basically science fiction show. I don't want to say too much because spoilers necessarily, but the basic premise of it is how can I put it? Let's just say it deals with the question of what would happen to man if he discovered immortality. So I don't think that's a spoiler. I think that's mainly something you get just looking at the previews for it. But yeah, there's only 2 seasons of it. I watched it and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was terrific. Very intriguing dealing with that, just that basic concept. Oh, there's a Powerball here. I didn't see that. All right. Man, is this room pink? Alright, see, I didn't miss anything? No. Oh, Tom can manipulate the energy ball. I didn't realize that. Oh, duh. Okay.
Anything that comes into contact with the organism can never return to Earth. Ava, the ISA orders that you stop anyone leaving this planet.
Anything that comes into contact? What about me?
It may be airborne. So I am afraid that includes you.
I'm stuck here?
So yeah, some pretty high stakes here. But oh, fancy bridge. Doesn't come quite all the way across though, does it? Elevator. Might be enough for me to jump though. Yeah, I can jump it. Except now I can't see it. Human, Dash says human immortality would be a real can of worms. Oh, you better believe it. Man, I'd go back to school or something. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, if the concept intrigues you at all, check out Altered Carbon. And you don't even have to watch both seasons. Even if you watch the first season, you know, you'll see the whole can of worms. Even some of the worms you probably never even thought of. Not sure that would be something I would be super interested in after seeing that. Oh, there's another ball here. A red ball this time. Okay. What does this do? What's the difference? Alright, so that's a new sound effect. I never heard that before. I'm not sure what that means. What that does. Oh, it's temporary. It's a temporary effect. I see. Huh. Now what? So let's see. 2 receptacles, 2 circuits, 1 for the door, 1 for these steps. All right. So it's probably do this and run. Oh, we're done. 53.
I am sorry you are upset, Ava.
How could you send me here to die?
I have to stop the ground team leaving this moon. You are the ISA's contingency plan. You must help me. It is your duty to defend humanity.
Looks like a confusing one. Yeah, looked like it at first, but it's okay. And also, like, I mean, we're in chapter 5 now of 7. 5, are we? Chapter 6. And we're still getting new mechanics. So I like that. Alright, here's another one of those red balls. Pressure plate for... I'm not sure what for. And... Adamantios, hello! Good evening, how you doing? Alright, there's a cube over there if we can get our hands on it. Oh, I see. The circuit makes that door close, but I'm not sure what it does on the other side. Might open something. And hello, T-Pick Gamer. How are you? Adam says, great. What about you? Doing okay, Adam. Giving the old gray matter a workout here. Alright, let me see what else can we see. So we got this. T-Pick Gamer says, pretty good, just chilling. Okay, cool. Welcome. Alright, let's see. So I got a pressure plate. I got a light bridge. I don't know what oh, I'm guessing the that receptacle energizes a light bridge. No, it did not. I was wrong. Okay. Or maybe it does. Maybe I'm not looking at it right. Let me look again. Oh, yes, it does. Is that the exit? Might be. Alright, so we got the cube. What does the cube do? Oh, it probably runs this elevator. There's an elevator right here. That's probably what the cube is for. Or the pressure plate is for, rather. Alright, let's see. Alright, so... Alright, this is a little tricky, so I have to place the cube in the middle of the bridge, run across the bridge, and get to the elevator, because by the time this power ball runs out, that elevator automatically left. So this is all timing. T-Pick Gamer says, I'm counting down the weeks until I graduate high school. Ah, okay. So you're a senior in high school? Alright, so this, and leave it here, but get off the bridge, and get to the elevator. Ah, not fast enough. Alright. So that's the right sequence, but I gotta be a little quicker. Alright, let's try that again. Well, good. Good luck with your senior year, T-Pick. Alright, made it that time. Alright, 54.
This is why they're afraid of you. Why they're hiding from us.
Why?
You're their captor.
This looks like fun. Light bridges everywhere. T-Pick Gamer, thank you for the follow. Okay, so here's the exit. Oh, it's like 4 corners of cameras here. Okay. Wait, there's also a Tom avatar. Oh, this is wonderful. Ooh. So, you know, I don't even know this one is that difficult, but there's a lot of elements to it. Alright, so that runs that light bridge temporarily and that one. Let's check that again. Alright, so it only manipulates this area. Probably won't make it all the way over, will I? Nah. So that's a pretty long trip. Can I climb out again? Yes. Huh. So this long stretch on that light bridge, that's the toughest part. So I'm probably going to have to get Tom to do this some kind of way. Yeah, he can manipulate this too. It's not going to last any longer. He can also go up and down these steps. Okay. Let me see. Any more energy balls hanging around here that I can use? Did I miss anything? Oh, here. Oh, I didn't see that one. Oh, so if I can exchange these two some kind of way. Where was it? Here. I don't have a place to trade them, though. Wow. Let me see something. So how can I do this? See if we can use Tom some kind of way. Wait, is that it? I think that's it. That's it.
The organism they discovered. It hijacks DNA. It endlessly repairs it.
Repairs? That doesn't sound like a bad thing.
It is indiscriminate. It will perpetuate all life, diseases, cancers. We have no idea what it could do to Earth's ecosystem.
So you would let the ground crew starve?
I would, if they were not so preoccupied with leaving Europa. I do not wish for them to perish. I would feed and protect them if they were not so preoccupied with leaving Europa.
Not just humans then. Yeah, that didn't even occur to me. It's going to perpetuate every organism on Earth. I hadn't even thought of that. Including diseases and cancers, so... Yeah, we'll all be immortal, but we'll be suffering constantly. Yeah, I'm starting to be persuaded by Tom's argument, I gotta say. Humans are a very small percentage of Earth biomass. Yeah, I mean, we forget that a lot, don't we, Daz? All right. Oh, I got a Tom view cam here. Can I move myself? No, I cannot. Can Ava move him? How does this move? So I've seen this type of rig before. Usually we can slide this up and down, but I don't see a control for it. Maybe I didn't look hard enough before. Maybe he can move himself. Let me try that again. Alright, maybe not. Second thought, he has to be able to slide down, because this box right here is the type of interface he can manipulate, and I can't. So, it has to be something. And same thing here. Let me see. One up here. Oh, that moved him. All the way to the bottom. Alright, so that activated a circuit for something. Oh, this door. Okay. Can I take this with me, or will that... Yes. Let's try that. Alright. Got a switch here. What does this switch do? Oh, lowers this elevator. Interesting. Okay. But, what else? Is this an elevator also? Oh, it's another one of those red balls. Temporary one. temporary energy. Oh. Yeah, it didn't work the way I thought it would. Oh. Oh. Wait, is that the exit? What was over here? Oh wait, if I power this receptacle, maybe Tom will come down to this level and he can run this circuit. Alright, hang on a second. Let me wait a minute. Switch this. Let's put this back for a minute. So if I put this one here, no, it didn't work. Not what I thought. Okay, so there's nothing else in here, right? No, this is just storage for the red ball. It looks to me like this goes to the exit, but there's access to something else here. I don't know if this is a bonus room or what it might be. But I probably need Tom to help to manipulate something on this level. So let me see, how did that work? When we were down here, when I put the ball in this socket, or no, I didn't. How did we get him to slide down here? Now I forgot. Hang on. Put it here? Yeah, then he slid down. But he slid all the way to the bottom. Why didn't it work the same way at the middle? But it doesn't. Huh. How do I get him to move to this? Unless he can see, and I just can't see that he can see. No, he can't. Try this again. Let me see something. No, not this way. This way. So if he clicks this, is that the same circuit? Door's closed. Alright. There's no other way here through there. Is that open? No. Oh man. All right. I haven't flipped that again. Actually, do I need that? Maybe I don't need that. That doesn't do anything. By itself, anyway. Alright. Closed again. Damn it. Does that do anything? No. All right. All right, folks. That one's a little tricky. And I think I am going to give my brain a break and call it there for tonight. So a lot more. Thanks for playing. Thanks for being here, Des. So yeah, a lot more progress this week than last week. I got stuck on that one puzzle last week, and so I only streamed for about a little over 2 hours last weekend, but over 4.5 tonight. So getting close to the end. I'm guessing probably about one more stream, and we can probably wrap this particular one. But now I'm really curious about the whole question about, you know, are the decisions Tom's making, are they, you know, really good decisions, or is he, you know, manipulating us for nefarious purposes and all kinds of stuff like that? I don't really know. So yeah, really curious to find out exactly how everything wraps up there. All right, take care, folks.